Good afternoon, everybody, and welcome to the RMI Women Driving Change webinar. This is On the Couch With. We have quite a dynamic woman joining us today on the couch with. Her name is Sandra Singh. Equally, we have our facilitator, who is Feroz that will be asking Sandra some questions. I hope that this hour will be as empowering and as inspiring as we hope for it to be. Just as a brief introduction, the RMI Women Driving Change is an initiative of the RMI that mainly focuses on women within the industry. So we thank you for making time today to join us, and I hope you will have yourselves a lovely, inspiring hour. Just before I go in, I just want to read out a few bios, one for Feroz as well as one for Sandra as part of the introduction, and then I'll hand over to Feroz to take over. Feroz Oten is the Managing Director of AVTS Roadworthy Stations and the Joint CEO of TUV Sud South Africa. She serves as the Vice President of the RMI Board and the Chairperson of the Vehicle Testing Association and the RMI Transformation Committee. She holds a master's degree in Executive Management. Welcome, Feroz.
Thank you. Thank you
Thanks
for having me.
And next up it's Sandra. I'm just going to go through Sandra's bio, who is sorry about that. I think somebody just needs to be muted. Sorry about that to everybody. Yeah, so next up, I'll just go through Sandra's bio. Sandra is the current executive of human capital at NMI Durban South Motors. NMI is the third biggest motor retail franchise in South Africa, employing over 3,300 employees in all provinces, including Northern Cape and Botswana. Sandra has been on the Motor Industry Bargaining Council and the RMI structures for over 20 years. She currently holds the chairperson position for the Motor Industry Bargaining Council, which is MIPCO. She is the chairperson of the Retail Motor Industry Organization, which is the RMI in the KZN region, and the vice chairperson of NADA, which is the National Association, which is the vice chairperson of NADA, She is an RMI board member. Her highest qualification is a master's degree in business management, which is an MBA. Currently, Sandra is doing her PhD and researching, developing a diversity and inclusion scorecard for the retail motor industry. Welcome both to you, Sandra, as well as Feroz. I think this is where I'll stop and then just hand over to Feroz to take us through the whole session. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Nani, and thank you, Sandra, and we're going to hear from you in a moment. I just want to take the opportunity to welcome all of those participants that have joined us who are not only limited to women. I also want to welcome our honorary champions of women that have also joined us today, all the gentlemen on the call. Thank you very much for being here. Maybe just a moment before we start, just to tell you a little bit about that for those that are joining for the first time. The RMI has got a Women Driving Change initiative, and it forms part of the transformation portfolio. And Nani is responsible for that portfolio within the RMI, and there is a transformation committee, and I chair that committee. And one of the things that we focus on is women and women empowerment, and it is a focus area for us, and there are different initiatives around it. So we create awareness of women in the workplace. We like to have a physical event of women driving change, a physical and hybrid event so that everybody can join us. And those events are meant to inspire and to educate and to uplift and to empower, to try to do all of those things. And one of the initiatives with which we'd like to achieve that are these on the couch sessions. We have them quarterly where we take the opportunity where we showcase women that have actually been trailblazers in their respective fields and are able to inspire others to know that anything is possible if you work hard and if you work smart and so on. And nobody's saying that the motor industry is not tough, but here we have an excellent example today, Sandra Singh, of somebody who has achieved the highest accolades and achievements in her career, having started in a very unlikely way. So that's all I'm going to say in the words of welcome. I know that there are people that are still joining us. We have 62 at 63 at the moment, and they'll come. But let me start right away with Sandra. Sandra, welcome and thank you for agreeing to spend time with us today.
Thank you, Feroz. It's only a pleasure.
Yeah, I'm actually going to ask you to tell us about yourself, but in hearing all your responsibilities and undertaking a doctorate, I'm sure you're going to share with us how you fit in all of those things and still be effective. But maybe you can just start by giving us an overview of your career to date and just tell us about yourself. Thank you.
Thank you, Feroz, and thank you very much for the platform and the opportunity. So as you know, I am in the motor trade and it's in my blood, but I didn't actually start in the motor industry. I started in the clothing industry. So when I finished school, unfortunately, I came from an environment where my mom had very little formal education. So I entered into the clothing industry, and it was in the manufacturing industry, and it actually is in that industry that I built the resilience that I have currently. Right, I watched women who basically didn't finish an education strive to put their children into education. The clothing industry, I work for the SA Clothing Group, and they at that time employed over 5,000 employees. And we were situated in Mobeni, and mostly they were, the people that actually worked for the company were based in Merebank and in Chatsworth. So getting up at 4 o'clock in the morning, taking the bus at 6 o'clock, getting to work, working overtime, putting their kids through to university. It taught me a lot about human being and about being a mother as well. So that actually built the foundations of where I am today. And so I worked in the industry for about 18 years. I started off as the HC clerk, and then I worked myself up into the regional HR manager. So I got into the industry by default because I always wanted to do law, but I never got the opportunity to. But yeah, it was quite a journey. It was a very enlightening journey, and then I joined the motor industry, and I never knew anything about the industry itself. And I can recall my brother used to say this to me. He said that you must build a grave in front of the clothing industry, because I don't think you're ever going to leave. Because I was in a comfort zone. I loved the people around me. I loved listening to them. It was a very volatile industry. And I think if people know in the 80s, the clothing industry went through lots of changes. Like in the motor industry, we have wage negotiations every 3 years. In the clothing industry, it used to be every year. And every year you would expect a strike. So I was quite used to that kind of environment. And when I got into the motor industry, it was quite different, because in the clothing industry we worked with stopwatches, so everything was a stopwatch. So you started work and you had to be in the door at your workplace by 7:15 in the morning. You woke up at 5 o'clock, and you took your tea break and you took your lunch break, and you could never be late because you'd get a warning for that. And even if your machine broke down while you were working, they'd call it downtime as well. So I learned a lot about the manufacturing industry. And I must admit, when I joined the retail motor industry, it was quite a shock, because here you had people coming to work, flexi hours, people leaving at lunchtime. Yeah, so that's how I got into the industry, and that is actually my background. I come from a family of 5 children. As I said, my mom had very little formal education, and I have, I'm proud to say that my family members have actually, they've done well career-wise. But like I said, it's your upbringing that actually determines your future. So, your background, your family, they actually determine your future and how you see life as well. So that's me for us.
Oh, that's lovely. So you're based in KZN, but at the moment you are in Cape Town. You're traveling around to all the dealerships and so on. Can you tell us a little bit about that?
So I am the group HC exec for the division. We have over 40 sites in and around South Africa and Botswana, as well as the Northern Cape. So I'm responsible for human capital. I am currently in Cape Town. So I have a residence in Cape Town, and I have a home in Durban. So talking about me time and about getting that balance, I traveled a lot for a couple of years, and then I decided that I'm going to have some me time, and I want to create that balance between my work and me as an individual. So what I tend to do is when I'm here in Cape Town and I've got issues in Cape Town, I stay in Cape Town until I have to travel again. So in 2 weeks, you'll find me in Pretoria. I'll stay there for a week. My company, I work for a company that, I stay at the accommodation across to where I live, where my company premises is. They have rented an apartment for a period of time, but now I don't travel that much to Pretoria. So yeah, stay there for a week and then I go back to Durban. And when I'm in Durban, I stay there for a while until I have to travel again. Yeah, it is a demanding career. I'm responsible for the whole human capital function, which includes training and development, ER, etc. So yeah, it is a diverse field. I've got a team of very highly qualified, very intelligent women working for me as well as men as well. So yes, it is. It's quite a diverse team.
Yeah. And it sounds very, very interesting as well. So
Yes, it is.
just wanted, yeah, just wanted to ask, obviously, as you climbed this ladder, there must have been lessons and also lessons that we can all learn from. How did you overcome them and how did you persevere?
So just to give you a bit of background, so when I actually joined the industry itself, Rose, it was actually quite, because the first thing my manager at that time interviewed me, a role that I fill right now. And I always say this, you actually he asked me whether I could sell a used car. And I just laughed because I actually didn't know much about cars. I came from an environment where, cars was not part of it. All I knew was about how to sew clothes. And I just laughed. And now, if you ask me that question, I'd say to you, yes. So yeah, there was lots of challenges. I recall the first challenge I had, and it was in the days where diversity, inclusion wasn't a subject that you spoke of. In the year that I started, which was in 2001, the Employment Equity Act was just promulgated then, so people didn't even know much about it. And I recall the company, I just joined them, and it was about 3 weeks into it, and they had a roadshow, and they were to discuss employment equity plans. And I think one of the managers there thought he put me on a back foot. So what he did is there was a presentation, which I obviously wasn't really paying particular attention to because I was more interested in the people around me. And then he gave me the chalk, and he said to me, "Now you go in the front and you do the presentation." And I really didn't know what he was talking about. But he didn't know that I was actually doing my dissertation on employment equity. So when I started to speak, I, I started to speak from my heart and from my knowledge. And I think that particular day, I think it actually opened a whole lot of roads because I think everybody in that room was quite shocked because I brought it to the knowledge of the individuals there. Not, I wasn't talking about the act versus etc. and what the act was all about. I spoke what people actually understood. And I think if people know me, I think they know that I actually come down to their level in the sense that I always break things down. I'm a storyteller. And that's the reason why I think my success is storytelling. So I try to get down to the level of the person and try to explain to them. Sometimes I write a lot as well of people, and I think my colleagues and whatever work, and they say, now cut the story, Sandra, and go try to it. But I just do believe that as individuals, we get down to the level of the individual we're dealing with.
I think that's very nice because it also shows how authentic you are as a person and as a leader. So that's quite admirable. I think we can take a lesson from all of that. Sometimes we want to communicate, and we naturally go into what we are comfortable with, and sometimes it is not suitable or appropriate for the people that are there. So it's great that you can actually speak directly to people and also from your heart, in a situation like that.
Yeah, Feroza, I believe one philosophy in life that you always put yourself in the other person's position.
Yeah.
So when I speak to people, I always consider one thing: how would I be wanted to spoken to? And that's why I always say to people, you never forget where you came from. Your roots are very important because
Yeah.
as quick as where you got, you can get back to where you were. So,
Yeah.
I work with the dynamic amount of men in my life. So when I look at the industry that I work in, there's it is a male dominated environment,
Mm.
and I will go into the detail of how I actually got into industry structures as well. But I always say to people, you always look at it from the other person's viewpoint, and that when you speak to people, never talk down to them, because it's so important to understand that you as I said, you never forget where you came from. So my previous chairperson had this very good saying, and he's now retired. He always said, never be the man walking the side of the donkey wiping the sweat. And that's something that I'll never forget, because that will tell you that it's not you that's doing the work, it's the donkey that's doing the work. So don't ever be wiping the sweat. And so when I look at people, especially the people that work with me, etc., I always believe that you are the worker. I shouldn't be the one to wipe the sweat. You are the one that's driving the value.
Yeah. Oh, that's a beautiful analogy. So we've heard about authenticity and we've heard about empathy and how important that is. Can you tell us what drives you? What drives you? What motivates you to get up in the morning and do what you do?
So people often say this to me, for us. They say, "Oh, I wish I could be just like you or motivated by like you." But I believe one thing: you are your own motivator. So for me, it's not. So when people say to me, "Oh, we wish we could get into that level," I swear to you, no matter what you say to me, it's what drives an individual is actually how much you want it. I believe that if you get up in the morning and you decide that today is going to be the day you're going to achieve, you will achieve. And I go back to a couple of challenges that I've had in my life, and the one being is when I was doing my MBA. My first year was statistics, and I will never forget. I had this conception that I hated maths in school, and there was no ways I was going to pass the subjects. So I started statistics, and my whole impression of it was straight away. My mind told me this is not going to work. So I decided I wouldn't do it the first year. I'll do it the second year. In the second year, I decided, your mind is actually stronger than anything else. And I conditioned my mind to believe that I'm going to excel in this thing. And I swear to you, I ended up being in the top 5 in the class for
Wow.
statistics, which is unbelievable. And that's the way I believe we should all approach life. So we never look at the hurdles and the challenges. Look at your mind first, because your mind actually determines everything. It actually makes everything possible. We need to teach ourselves, and not just only as women, but as individuals, that we can actually achieve anything if we set our mind to it.
Oh, that is really good because I think it's that mindset that you're talking about, and they I mean statistics is really hard, and you can just take one look at it as you say and make that decision, and it's up to you the decision that you made in the second year, and so your mindset was completely different. So I think we can all take a lesson from that. There are tasks and things that are so difficult to approach, and if you train your mind to it, so that's a beautiful lesson for all of us. I see that there are more people waiting to be admitted to this meeting. So if I can just ask you about for you yourself, what are the kind of things that inspire you and that make you catch your breath, make you say, wow, what are those things about you?
So I think the first thing that inspires me is physically disabled people. I am truly inspired by how physically disabled people can adapt to an environment. That's the first thing. The second thing, and I know that the women around the table here is probably wondering, I don't get inspired. I can't tell you that I haven't been inspired by women, but I can tell you the people that have made a difference in my life is men, because it started off with my brother, and it starts off, as I said to you, it starts off with your own upbringing, and then it starts off in the work environment. I believe that, we women often look at a man, and we often think, oh, let's get inspired by another woman. No, you actually grasp onto the man and you learn everything that you can from him, because remember, he's got the head start. And if you look at the motor industry, for instance, our sector, which employs over 56,000 employees, and if you look at the demographics, it consists of 70% of men that are in senior management and 30% of women who are not even in senior management. They are still climbing up the corporate ladder. So your best bet, if you're in this industry that I am in, just hang on to the man that knows everything and learn from him. And we often say to ourselves, get a mentor, and we always look at another woman. No, get a man as a mentor. I can tell you that much, what you can learn from him. But don't be that man. Always be that woman. Always be that woman who actually comes into the room, takes care of herself, make sure that her nails is done, her hair is well, she dresses the part, because I can tell you that gives you the confidence.
So if you look good, you can be confident, feel good, and perform well.
100%. 100% for us. You and I know that as well. How we look, first impression, they say, lasts a lifetime. So if you want to be taken seriously, look the part. I can tell you that much. As much as everyone talks about, physical well-being, and they look at you, I can tell you that as much as I sit in a room where there's full of men, and they look at your nails, they look at your hair, they look at your face, they do, definitely. And when I started in the motor industry, one of the first things I was told, my boss said to me, you make sure that you get into the industry structures. And I asked myself, why? And he said, because you need to understand what happens. And I went to the first RMI meeting, and there was not only a woman of color, but the only woman in the room. And there was all the men there, and they said to me, now you need to get elected into industry structures. And I said, and how does that happen? He said, no, you need to now network with them. And I thought, why must I network with these men? I really don't need. And then I realized what it meant and how important it is to actually have a network of your own, because it actually opens a lot of doors. It opens your knowledge. Sitting in the RMI structures, understanding the value that the RMI drives in this industry, understanding the integrity of the RMI, has opened up doors for not only small business, but large business as well. And, I belong to one of the larger employers. And people often say to me, why is a larger employer like yourselves, you're so involved in the RMI? It's the issue of integrity and compliance. For me, that's everything. Integrity is everything to me. I do believe that each one of us, in order for us to succeed, the first step is to be honest with yourself and to have integrity. That drives value.
Okay. I think that's good, and that is also a very good opening for my comments on getting women to serve on structures. You serve on a great many structures of the RMI, and for me personally, over the years I've also served on a great many structures, and I still do, and I find it very rewarding. I've learned so much from serving on structures. I've learned how other businesses do things and how they tackle challenges, and just to step up to be a leader. And I think one of the big outcomes of today is to also inspire women to come forward, to make themselves available to serve on whichever industry structures there are. Because you're quite right, you've got to build your own network and take advantage of those industry players that might in the beginning know more than you, but you can learn and so on. So that's wonderful to hear that you've had a good experience in serving. Just for everybody to know that Sandra is also the chairperson of the KZN region, and it's a regional executive committee where the regional chairs of each association belong to that committee. So I'm just saying that so that you can know that anything is possible, and you can be part of the leadership of your association, of your region, of the whole structure as a whole. So thank you for that. And so on. So, so tell us a little bit about your doctorate and why you decided to do that, and the research you're doing and what you aim to achieve with it.
So when as you know, I did my MBA 20 years ago. So it is actually basically over 20 years later that I decided to get back into education. So I do believe that's the first thing. I believe that knowledge is your empower. You can, if you have all the knowledge in the world, nobody can actually take that away from you. So that's the first thing. So I've worked with men, as you know, and because this industry is dominated by men. And I've always looked at women, and in the sense that I always believe that, looking at the electronic cars and looking at the way the industry is going, and look at the number of students, especially at university, it's a fact that there are more females that are now coming in to do engineering than men, and looking at EV and looking at, I've decided, let's just look at women. So firstly, I sort of decided, let me do my research on the contemporary and historical factors, that on gender inequity, and that's women. And I just thought, if I know the historical factors and the contemporary factors, I do know because I understand policies, I understand procedures, and I understand the impact of harassment policies, etc. And I thought, so what? So you're going to do research, and you're going to find out all this theory. You're going to do these quantitative studies. And what are you going to do with that information? And what are you going to give back? So I decided at 60 years old, I'm going to do my PhD, and I'm going to give back something to the industry. So that was my birthday present, my 60th birthday present. And I decided I'm going to do this, and I'm going to develop a diversity and inclusion scorecard. Now, for those who are not aware, a diversity and inclusion scorecard is basically a parameter. It has not, it's something very new. It's not done in the world. It's first of its kind, let alone in South Africa, but in the world itself. And it's going to focus on different elements. It's going to focus on the customer. It's going to focus on the individuals, but more so it's going to help the industry itself to actually look at women. What are the factors that prohibit us from getting into a leadership position? What are the factors that stop women from getting to where I am today? And maybe, to an extent, I'm going to talk about myself, and maybe to an extent I might be biased, and that's some of the things I put in my research, is that I will be biased. But here, my research is based on women, so I'm going to be looking at women that want to climb up the corporate ladder. So I do believe that as a woman myself, that it's a ladder, and every time you move a step, you pick another woman up. That's the way life should be. So I'm going to be looking at women from all levels in the organization and all grades, and then I'm going to be looking at senior women like myself. So my study is what you call, it's a mixed method. It's a qualitative and a quantitative study. The qualitative study is basically on the literature. It's based on if you look at the Sustainable Development Goals, and Gender 5 talks about disparities and it talks about women. And I'm looking at the 16 goals, and I'm looking at how women in this industry fit in. And if you look at the population stats, 51% of it is women. And if you look at the unemployment rate in South Africa, and you look at technology, and one of my colleagues is doing it on the impact of Chinese cars, and she is, she's also one of a real trailblazer in this industry as well. She's also doing a PhD with me. So when I looked at it, and I want to develop the scorecard to give something back to the women of this industry, that the employers, the stakeholders can take this document and look that there are women out there that want to get into this industry. And I think what happens then is that a lot of the women get stifled at a particular level. So if you look at this particular industry, women are, as they are glass ceilings. There are also factors, social factors, because as women we come into the industry, in any industry, we are mothers, we are nurturers, we are sisters, and we come in. There are factors that prohibit us. Even our own family upbringing prohibits us from moving. So those are the kind of factors I'm looking at. I'm looking at the glass ceiling factor, where women actually get stuck at a particular level. I'm looking at occupational levels, where there's a segregation in terms of what positions women can hold in the industry. So my first part of my research is going to be on women in general. I'm going to use a technique which is called the Delphi technique. I'm going to be looking at policies, procedures in industries. And my focus area is on the larger dealers. So I'm looking at the NADA larger dealers, which is the national dealers. So I'm going to start with the automotive industry, the total industry, and then I'm going to break down to the association that I'm involved in, which is NADA. And I'm going to focus on the employers with 50 or more employees, because I do believe they have the resources to make this happen. And then I'm gonna go from the broader woman, the woman in the industry, to the woman in leadership, to see what are the factors that are actually prohibiting this woman. And then obviously I'm going to work on a scorecard to try and make sure that those factors don't prevail in the future. So that's the difference I want to make. I want to make a difference. I don't have a daughter, I must tell you. I have a son. So I want to give back to my daughter-in-law and all the other women out there. I don't know who she's going to be, but I want to give back.
It sounds fascinating. The study itself and the outcome is going to be very interesting.
Yeah, it is actually extremely fascinating. It's actually extremely depressing as well, because when you go back to historical factors, you look back and you go back to the different countries. You look at Malaysia, you look at Australia, and how legislation in these countries haven't really made such a big impact. And so I look here at the Employment Equity Act, and I look at the gender parity issues, and I look at all the harassment policies, and you look at it and you ask yourself the question: how seriously do industries actually take women? And for me, looking at the statistics and looking at the unemployment rate, we want to make a difference to our country as well. This is our future. This is the future of all the young ladies out there as well, who we can actually make a difference. It's going to open doors, because with the balanced scorecard, the employer is going to look at it and he's going to have a committee. He's going to see what he needs to look for, what the customers are wanting. And that's going to really open eyes as well in this particular industry, because in our industry, as you know, we've got 30% women, and that is really quite scary, especially when you look at women in leadership, and that's like less than 10%.
Yeah. So we need to capacitate our women within the industry, and maybe at another event, Nani would be able to describe that we're pitching to the board an RMI Women Leadership Development Program, and so we still have a lot of work to do around it, but it would be wonderful to to be able to help women that want to move up, but they need certain skills and competencies and opportunities, and just also the networks, of being able to rub shoulders with other women that have had obstacles and would then be able to go further. But you're probably going to get a lot of surprising responses in your interviews with women. So I think it's going to be fascinating, the outcome of your studies. So best of luck with it.
Thank you very much, Rose. Yes, I am actually quite looking forward to it. It's very interesting, especially when I look at the Sustainable Development Goals globally. And you can see that South Africa is no different from any other country. We often look at our country and we think, we are so prejudiced as women. No, it's not. It's not no different. And you look at legislation in other countries and you look at to see what the impact is, and you look at the presidents at the moment, and you look at all the women that have actually become presidents in the different countries, and 80% of them have actually got there either because their husband was the president or their fathers, and 80% of them have actually been killed as well. So it's a scary thought to think that women leaders out there get into roles, but they also endanger themselves as well. So, you talk about like Margaret Thatcher, for instance, as being the Iron Lady. You don't want as a woman to be associated with that. But at the same time, women themselves, they bring a very, different skill set. And I often tell the people, never ever think, you must never think you can think like a man. You are a woman, no matter what. You bring in that into that environment. So when you walk into the room, don't act like a man, act like a woman, and show them that you have a diversity that comes into it and you think differently. I mean, I can tell you sometimes when I walk into the room, they're probably thinking in their mind, here's the troublemaker coming in, because I'm very vocal and I speak my mind. I tell you, I do speak my mind. And I think everybody, if I keep quiet, they ask me what is wrong. So yeah, we bring in such diversity, and I think we also, as women, we think out of the box. We don't think about the routine stuff that happens day by day. We think out of the box, and I think the other thing that, so one of my successes as well is that I always work from the back. So if you give me an issue, I look at the problems rather than starting from the back and putting an action plan together. I look at all the problems that could arise before I get to the front. So that's probably one of the reasons why they say I come with all the negatives before I get to the positives.
Yeah. Yeah, no, so that's a good, it's almost like, trying to also put in place preventative actions for the future as well, with that kind of approach. So Sandra, how do you keep up with the evolving trends in the motor industry? How do you keep up with technology, and how do you keep yourself informed of everything that's going on?
So just to give you an idea, so what I'm one of those individuals that I understand. So I believe the first thing that happens in the industry, wherever you are, is you become technically sound. You must understand everything about your business. So if you tell me, when I started, they said to me, you need to know the job titles, and they said to me, and I said, job titles, and they said, you a parts picker. And I said, what is a parts picker? And I thought this person went around picking parts. And so I spent my time understanding every job in the industry. So I understand exactly how many job cards a costing clerk must cost. I understand workshop hours. I understand throughput. So if you tell me I need to employ an additional technician, I would calculate how many hours you're selling and how many technicians you require, how many RSAs you require, how many apprentices you require. So for me, understanding your business is the first part of being a success.
Mm.
And technology wise as well, and with electronic cars, etc., coming into being, your EVs, etc., I make it a point of making sure that I attend all the training. I attend all the manufacturer training. In fact, I used to sit on the Mercedes-Benz dealer forum training section as well, just to understand what's happening in the business, just to understand technology. So yes, I do. I make it a point of making sure that I understand everything about the business that I'm in. And I think that's very important. If you're going to actually succeed in your environment, even if you are currently a costing clerk and you're striving to become the DP, make sure you understand everything about the sales environment. Make sure you understand about the workshop. Make sure you understand how many hours a technician has to sell, because that's very important. The ability to talk the language of the person you're dealing is critical in this environment that you are in.
Yeah. I think that's very sound advice. I know the lingo and understand your environment and be technically sound. I think that's all very good advice. If I can ask you, because we're nearing the end, and this time has gone so fast, it's so interesting listening to you. If there are women out there that want to become leaders or just advance in the motor industry and in the environment, you've already given quite good advice. Is there any other advice or lessons that you've learned that has served you well, that you can impart?
So I think the first thing that I say to you is you must believe in yourself, because I can tell you right now, nobody is born intelligent. Nobody is it's the, if you believe in yourself, you can do anything, and that's the first step. And you must have the confidence to know that you can do it. So having that, nobody can put you down, and I think that's the first step. And then whatever you do, make sure you network with the right people that you can learn from. So if you have somebody, whatever gender they are in, just grasp onto them and make sure you get you learn everything that individual knows, because I can tell you something, knowledge is what is going to get you to the top. And then you invest in yourself. I say often enough, people, investing in yourself means getting educated no matter what. I tell you, and Feroz is sitting across the table there, and Feroz and I have sat together and had dinner, and I know that she has an MBL, and I know that she did it quite late in life, and she will allude to what I'm saying to you. Education is the key, and nobody can take that away from you. You walk into a room and you don't walk with the MBA on your shoulder. It's what you have in your head and how you can actually put that on the table. So when somebody discusses financials with you, they probably look at you and say, oh, there's a woman here, but they don't understand that she can actually put it together. When they discuss to you retail sales, they think, oh, she doesn't know what a marketing plan is. So you never walk with your qualifications on your shoulder. You just impart your knowledge and you get that respect. So that's what I want to impart to the ladies. Make sure you take every opportunity to get yourself educated, and don't ever make excuses. When I started in the clothing industry, I had this philosophy. I wanted to do things myself. So when the company said to me, they'll send me on training, I thought to myself, I don't want this company to pay for anything. I'll pay for it myself. But that's the wrong message. If your company decides to basically give you any training and they outlay any cash, just grab it. No matter if it's not even in your spree, just take the knowledge, because that knowledge is going to take you to the top. That's what I want to give back for us.
Thank you. That is sage. That is sage advice. So we're going to give the opportunity to others that are out there to ask questions. But I just wanted to, in a nutshell, say what we've heard, and that actually struck me in my heart, as very sincere and taking it on board, and you have such authenticity. So thank you for that. You've taught us that the value of empathy is quite important, and self-motivation is very important. You said that it depends on how much you want it. Your self-belief is so important. And you said the same quote, that the RMI has got a beautiful profile of Sandra, just for everybody's sake to have a look. If you Google Sandra Singh RMI, you'll see it. And there's a lot of other things in there, what her challenges are, how she's promoting inclusivity and how she's empowering the next generation. But I think that we've heard her say this, but one of her favorite quotes is that if you believe in yourself, you can achieve anything. It all depends on how much you want it. And she said that, and she's talked about the fact that we've got to be technically sound, understand our environment, and know the lingo, of your environment, and have the confidence and network with the right people. So that's in a nutshell what actually struck for me. So thank you for that, Sandra. And maybe just before I close and ask people to ask questions, is there a specific legacy that you want to leave? You've now reached an age where you can choose what it is you want to do, and you've chosen actually to do research to leave that kind of legacy, because I think it will be a legacy. It's something that's never been done before. It's a tool that can be used. It will open the eyes of the people that create the enabling environment for women. But so that could be your legacy. But is there anything else? Is there what's next for you?
So I think what's next for me is that, yes, it is. I want to leave the legacy of having that scorecard, something that I've developed, something that's quite unique. And of course, I want to impart that knowledge. So I'll be open to industries, wanting to use to basically consult with me, just, to make sure that it's on the road. It's one thing doing the scorecard. It's another thing making sure that it's applied in the manner that I would like to have seen it, because it's my little baby. It's going to be my baby. So I want to make sure. And for me, that's important. And the legacy that I want to leave behind is that I do believe in women empowerment. I work with a lot of females, and I don't know whether they're actually listening here today. But for me, I think it's important as a woman that we impart our knowledge. So I don't hold anything to my chest. I share everything. So I think that is so important. If you have women around you, and if you're a man listening to me, please make sure that you take care, because this is your sister, and this is somebody that's going to grow into and if it's a child, it's going to grow into something that you're going to nurture. And to see someone successful is so important. I sit back and I look at the people I've worked with, and some people, they still keep in contact with me in the clothing industry, and they often ask me, how did it go? And I always look back and I think of my humble beginnings, and I always say, never forget where you are, because never forget where you started and where you are, because that determines, so you always, there's a saying that says you always give to people who actually don't even know who you are. So you walk in there and you must, nobody, always remember that. But as I said to you, education is the key to the future. And if you educate yourself, you empower yourself, because education opens doors. And when you see that, and you see that in this industry as well, where women often make the excuse, no, I've got a child, and my child can't, I've got children to take care of. When I get home, I've got to do the cooking. I know a colleague of mine, she had four minor children, and she did her MBA. Her child was sitting next to her, and the child was still in nappies. So she's currently doing a PhD with me, and I hope she's going to hear me. Her name is Valiso Razani, and she is an inspiration to other women as well. But she never let anything stop her. And that's the kind of inspiration. We make excuses for ourselves, don't. Because if it's a case of, if you don't have the money, invest in it, even if it means taking a loan, do it. Because I tell you what, nobody can take that education away from you. You sit in front of an employer and you're looking for a job. The employer knows nothing about you. You can talk about being the best employee, the most committed employee, but the qualification matters, ladies. Let me tell you, it does. What they see on paper does, because they know very little about you. But yes, they will come to know about you when you enter into their environment. But having that paper does help you in the long term.
Mm. Thank you, and thank you for that sage advice. And Nani, just wanted to ask you if we're going to have questions. I think that we can just do it by people raising their hands if anybody's got a question, and then will they be able to unmute themselves to speak?
Yes, certainly there will be Feroz. So I will watch out for the hands, and if there's any, I'll let you know.
Okay, are there any questions? I can't see everybody. Suzette.
There is one.
Suzette, please go ahead.
Thank you, Feroz, and thank you, Sandra. It's always nice to have these platforms and to engage with women that's got a similar vision in the motor industry. I think what I would like to suggest, Feroz, or not suggest, put it in a question, based on what you and Sandra have mentioned in your various studies, is to have more of these structures and platforms on various levels across the motor industry. I know that the aim is to promote women in this industry, but even if we don't look at numbers, to promote females, particularly in their roles and the impact that they bring there where they're currently working. And I think if we've got structures and platforms where we can get together and people focus with the skill set that women have, focus, for example, tackle the training in the motor industry, and perhaps having somebody heading that particular platform and having all the input. There is such a vast number of assets available just on this platform, looking at the number of women that's attended today. And I think we must look at the diversing that skill set more on different platforms. If we look at a company as such, or dealerships, there's one dealer principal and there's different managers, but I'm talking out of 100 people working in one dealership, there's 5 management roles. But there's so many other aspects in the dealership that can be impacted to bring life to people and enjoy what they do. And women has got a crucial role to play in that. If I look at, you keep on referring to mothers in the industry, or not in the industry as such, but never actually reached these platforms, but how they invest in their children. So those of us who's got the opportunity in industry to take it further. So I would love to see more such platforms, in the motor industry, where we all can join in various levels according to skill sets and promote growth in such a fashion. Thank you.
Thank you, Suzette, for that comment. I also think, before I let Sandra answer, that Nani and I are also taking note of that to see how we can actually embrace that in what we're currently trying to achieve with women, with the women forums. Sandra, do you have any comments around that?
Yeah, thank you very much, Suzette. I think what she's saying is very, very pertinent. And I'm going to actually engage with her because I think she's going to be one of my participants for my survey. Because what I'm looking at, Suzette, is I'm actually looking at women at all levels of the organization. So I'm going to be starting at the bottom, right to the top. So in terms of grades, etc. And I want to see, what do you want? Where do you see yourself? In that particular way, I could actually look at women in different levels. And of course, when we talk about employment, I often say to people, you always employ somebody that's better than you are, because that makes you shine. So when we look at a dealer principal, for instance, when you employ a driver, employ him to be your next DP, because and the same principle then should apply to the woman as well. So in that way, you want them to grow, because I think if and I don't know what Suzette does, but if you're in the sales environment, you want to be that sales manager and you want to move into that DP level as well. So yes, it is. And I think women need support at every level. So if you get to, and women need to empower each other. So I think, it's important what she's saying is that we as an industry, we can get together and we can have perhaps, a forum where we've got sales managers and men and women, because as I said to you, you can learn a lot from a man. You don't have to be that man, but you can learn a lot from him and you can grab whatever knowledge you have to actually get to the top. Because I have found in my career, it is actually the men so that actually empowered me more than the women, to be quite frank with you, because I've learned so much from them. But I've always remained a woman, no matter the way I thought and the way I acted. So yes, I agree, Suzette, it's a very good idea to start off forums, for instance, in terms of even your costing clerks, your warranty clerks, your sales clerks, people that are inspiring, because you get into a sales admin position, you want to get into a sales position at some stage, or stock controller. So yes, it is an excellent idea. And I do believe we can do that in this industry. And I will propose it to the NADA team as well, that we actually look at that, because that is one of their initiatives. One of the initiatives of the NADA is to actually empower women as well. So yes, we will drive that.
Thank you. Thank you, Sandra, and thank you, Suzette, for that question. Are there any other questions? Michael, please go ahead.
Yeah, I just want to say, Sandra, just congratulations on your achievements. We're proud of where you are. And just I want to say, what encouragement you got, for young females that want to get into the industry as technicians? A lot of them just come in and then they don't usually continue as being technicians. They get into either costing or service advisors, but very few of them continue in the trade. What word of encouragement do you have for them?
Thank you, Michael. I think that women need to see the bigger picture. Like I said at the big one, as I said as well, you need to be technically sound in this industry as well. So for me, you're starting off as a technician. Don't ever close your doors to just being the technician. Make sure you learn as much and become a service manager like yourself. Michael's a service manager with a vast amount of experience in the Mercedes-Benz side. So yeah, become the service manager and become technically sound, because that's the area. And make sure that your company has a succession plan where they identify women to get up to the corporate ladder, to make sure that these individuals end up to be the DP one day in the business. So I think what happens with young women, for instance, and I often say this as well, technicians is not one of the most attractive careers anymore. But if you look at the technology now in the actual in electric cars, etc., it's not about you having grease in your fingers anymore. So it also depends on the individual and where they see themselves. And I think in the future of this industry, you're actually looking at more, mechatronical engineers, etc. So, and if you look at the number of women that are entering into these fields, mechanical engineering, electrical engineering, and you can see the cars of the future is actually electrical, so that's the way to go. And I think women need to be encouraged, but it has to start at the school level. So you can encourage women to get into the industry, and that's one of the things a company should look at, is to encourage women at the technical school level to actually get into the industry. That's your first step, because that, and then it depends on then when they're going to go from. It's a case of ensuring that they stay there, but ensuring that there's a future for them and they see the bigger picture, that they could be the DP one day.
And thank you for that question. I think as a whole, the RMI has initiatives to try to attract technicians and attract young people to the industry, because it's not only not attracting women as technicians, it's overall to make that attractive, as a career and as a future in the industry. But you are right. We've in the last 2 weeks we've had a training on electrical vehicles and all of that. It's a completely different ball game, and the perception around being a technician also needs to change. I think as the RMI, it's something that we should take on, because the perception of who a technician is and what he does and what she does needs to change. I mean, technology has changed, and as you've mentioned. Are there any other questions?
Yeah, just to go back to that, Feroz, if you look at, for instance, a technician in the motor industry, and if you're looking at an apprentice qualifying, it's going to take you at least 4 years, and then you look at a person becoming, for instance, a maintenance technician, it's another 2 years, and then you become a systems technician, which is another 3 years. Then you become a diagnostics, and if you look at the number of years a technician actually studies to get to diagnostic level, it's 7 years, which is good as one as being a doctor. So the question you ask yourself is, what would I pay a doctor for seeing me, and what would I pay a mechanic for seeing me? But they have the same level of expertise. And I think that's what needs to be driven. And that's hopeful, Michael, that the RMI together we can drive that. And I hope we answered your question, Michael.
Yes, you did. Thank you, Sandra.
I saw another hand, but it has subsequently disappeared. So I think that, William Ramila, I think that might have to be our last question. William, please go ahead.
Oh, sorry. Hi, good evening, colleagues. We have, had our democracy for 30 years. And, to date, the white people that I've interacted with, none of them liked apartheid. In fact, all of them hated it. But, only a few were actively participating against it. Now, my question, obviously, also for fear of being on the wrong side of history, what should men be doing to enable, the progression of women, in corporates? In other words, if Sandra were to challenge men, what should we be doing on a daily basis to make sure that, the figure, like you said, increases from 30% female representation to where the economically active population is, which is about 46%?
I'd like to comment on that, and Sandra will answer as well. But I think, I was involved with the Business Women's Association. I'm still involved with them for quite a long time. And a Minister of Labour said to us that, if you want to create awareness, like a struggle, you have to bring it out into the open and articulate what it is. And then you need to try to create that enabling environment to remove obstacles so that there is diversity and inclusion in the workplace, because you also have to, in the same time that you are trying to create this enabling environment for women, our young men face similar challenges. And so you don't want to be unequal, but I think companies need to be intentional and deliberate about what they want to achieve to ensure that there's a more equitable situation in the workplace. Sandra, do you want to add to that?
Yeah, thank you so much, Feroz. Unfortunately, I only heard the first part of William's question because there was a connectivity problem here. So, William, I think I raised the question as to how men can actually assist. I think as I mentioned, one of the success factors of women is to actually to grasp knowledge from a man. And I think, here you have a situation where men can actually impart their knowledge. That's the first thing. And I think, yes, as was Feroz mentioned as well, you got to create the platform, where everyone strives to be equal. But the reason why my studies is devoted to women is because when I look at the population, William, and you look at the women are 51% and men are 49%. And if you look at the women entering the industry, and you could see that the rate of women getting into industry is much faster than men. So therefore, my focus area is, and I'm asking the question, why then are women not progressing? And that's the reason for my study, is because here you have a population of more women, but yet women are not progressing. They're reaching a plateau, and it's called the glass ceiling, because there are factors that are prohibiting women from moving up the corporate ladder. So whilst my focus is on women in general, my focus is actually more on the leadership side. What is it that women are impacting on women that is not getting them up to that level? Because that's where the value is. I mean, if you look at the disparities, you can see that women have been disadvantaged in training and development, in education. It comes back to how we were brought up, etc. It comes back to social factors as well as explaining, in terms of the issue of rural versus urban, etc. But yeah, I think it's gone over 1 o'clock for us. Sorry.
Yeah. So what William was really asking is what can men do? And I think that you've answered that to a great extent. And my answer was that we've got to be intentional about it. And your whole premise of learning from men, that is what men could do. You know, we always say that we should be mentoring one young person. And so men could do that within their own environments, and companies have mentorship programs where men and women are mentors, and these mentees benefit because they reach crossroads in their careers as to which direction they need to take. They need guidance and all of that. So there's so much that can be done within the workplace. So the RMI a few years ago, together with MISA and a few other organizations, actually sent delegates to the ILO in Turin, in Italy. And there were 20 women that went from different places, from the unions, from employer bodies, and we learned about diversity and inclusion and having strategies in the workplace to be able to ensure the promotion of women and so on. So such training also exists. So if anybody's interested in that, please reach out to Nani, because we can share that kind of information. Because if there are companies that want to follow a deliberate strategy and so on, and they want to know more about how the ILO recommends that it be done, we can share the information. And Nani, can I hand over to you?
Yes, indeed, Feroz. Unfortunately and sadly, we have come to an end of such an inspirational and informative session. Once again, thank you so much, Sandra. It was truly an honor to have you. And equally, thank you, Feroz, for doing such an amazing job facilitating this session. And mostly, Sandra, I think I was seeing a hand. Sandra, we wish you best of luck with your research. It will definitely contribute to the industry, and it will allow us to make the changes going forward. I'd like to thank our audience for being so amazing. Thank you so much for taking time out of your busy schedules to be with us this afternoon. And once more, I would like to urge everybody, a female or male, as part of this call, you can go and visit our RMI website and join the RMI Women Driving Change Network. With that being said, thank you so much and have a beautiful weekend, everybody.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Sandra, you were amazing. Thank you very much for being so
It's really a
open to
pleasure.
Thanks,
us.
Sandra.
Yes.
Thank you
Thank
so
you.
much, Nani. Thank you. Thank you for opening the platform so I can make touch with the ladies and maybe they can contribute to my study.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes,
Thank you very
definitely.
much.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Bye.
Bye-bye. Bye-bye.